Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
5-star BDM. Brand Development Masters is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.5starbdm.com today to learn more.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-Star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent, interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGough and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story, but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook today. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-Star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for an experience like no other. Tune in every Monday at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for The Mary D. Show, where the ordinary meets the extraordinary. The Mary D. Show brings you powerful insights and inspiring stories from a diverse range of guests. Join our incredible host, Mary D. Welch, as she sits down with thought leaders, business owners, and changemakers, sharing their journeys and successes. From career professionals and entrepreneurs to educators and beauty advisors, Mary D. Welch interviews sports figures and health enthusiasts, offering a platform for extraordinary voices. Explore the world of extraordinary people and places in business and finance, homes and real estate, beauty and wellness, education and empowerment, sports and health, and more. Want to be a guest on the show? Call 619-669-8603 or email Mary at marydwelch.com. Visit www.marydwelch.com to learn more.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Hard is it to land on the front cover of a top-tier global publication? The answer may surprise you. If you are a business owner, industry leader, speaker, author, or coach, this is your opportunity to get featured in a publication that reaches worldwide. We want to be able to tell your story, showcase your brand. We have made it so easy. All you have to do is answer a few questions and tell us a little bit about your business, and we'll take care of the rest. But why get featured? One, it gives you massive exposure to a global audience. Two, it helps to boost your credibility and your authority in your industry. And three, it helps you to expand your network and unlock opportunities. Now, right now, we are offering a special limited time offer. You can be seen by over 10,000 viewers and readerships each month. So don't wait. This is your time to elevate your business and get featured. All you have to do is click the link below and get started today.
Did you know that only 96% of entrepreneurs ever reach that six-figure mark, and only 2% ever reach seven figures? We've helped high-level entrepreneurs with no systems, no strategies, no social media following, who used to make six figures in a year, make six figures in a month by working less. And we can help you do the exact same. Now, we're using a secret strategy that you may or may not know about called funnels. And funnels is basically like your website on steroids. It's taking your website to a whole nother level, and it's taking your customer on a simplified journey so you can get more profit per prospect. If you'd like to learn how this can be implemented into your business, schedule a free strategy session with myself or one of my team members at funnelsfinessers.com, and we'll see if we're a good fit to work together and how we can accelerate your business growth and take you to that next figure mark. I'm JL the Genius, and for the action takers, I look forward to working with you.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, CEO of 5 Star BDM and host of the Follow Brand podcast and TV series. and I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And it is my absolute pleasure to introduce a dynamic force in clean energy innovation, David N. Jones, the visionary CEO of Lumina Energy. He is a MIT graduate and certified energy manager. David is at the forefront of transforming how we power our communities through virtual power plant infrastructure that creates resilient, sustainable energy ecosystems. His work doesn't just focus on technology. It is about economic empowerment, community transformation, and environmental impact. David is leading the charge to decarbonize America while cultivating the next generation of STEM leaders through mentorship and advocacy. From national speaking platforms to hands-on smart infrastructure development, his mission is to be bold, clean, and clear, to be smarter, to be more equitable in the future, and one who is empowering community one step at a time. So I want to welcome him to the stage on the Black Business Network.
All right, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for being here, man. I was going through your bio, and I'm very, very impressed with what you've been able to accomplish. And we got to know the story behind all of this. Like, first of all, just give a little bit of, context, just tell us where you're from and then kind of lead us into how you got into this business.
Sure. So I'm actually from Toledo, Ohio. Many people think that I'm a Chicagoan, but I was born there, and I moved to Chicago on the South Side with my mom when I was about 3 years old. Ever since then, it's always been kind of a situation where I was like the black sheep, if you will. I got into tech. I got into all sorts of things that most people in my generation just didn't even think of at the time. And it has just led me on this amazing journey throughout life. Now, as you mentioned, I am a subject matter expert in renewable energy. I have a wonderful family that supports me. My wife actually just gave me the thumbs up before we went on. And I'm grateful to do what I do to impact the entire global community, but more specifically the Black diaspora.
This is, first of all, thanks to your mom for bringing you to Chicago, then bringing, you to us. This is wonderful. Now, I want to know, you say you went to MIT, right? That tells me that you had substantial intelligence, maybe in your high school and your collegiate days. Talk to us about how you got into this business.
It's a funny story. So I've learned that creativity it's amalgamous, meaning it is a formless thing. And when creativity is expressed in one way and you kind of run out the track on that, it goes to form into something else. So when I was in high school, I actually I was a musician, and I was kind of thrust into this because I had to choose between either becoming a bandmate or becoming a choir singer, and I cannot sing to save my life. So what happened is I started learning how to play clarinet, and I quickly rose to the level of becoming the principal clarinetist of my school. By the way, I went to a military academy.
Okay.
So I rose to the rank of becoming the commander of the band, and eventually I got on a lot of people's radar and became the principal clarinetist of what's called the All City Music Program here in Chicago, which is an aggregation of the top talent for the area. So that garnered me a number of scholarship opportunities with prestigious organizations like Stanford, Juilliard, so on and so forth. And I ended up going to Juilliard on a full ride. So basically from there, I became a film score composer. I worked on the Warner Brothers backlot, and then I parlayed that success into other small businesses along that realm. Once I got my feet wet there, it really just allowed me to open up. And at the behest of a mentor, he explained to me something really interesting. He said, David, if you want to see where you fit into the world, you have to go visit it. So that led me to get into aviation. So I actually did become a flight attendant, and then I started going through flight school. I've traveled now to 78 countries. I speak 6 languages. And on one of those trips, I was in Thailand, and I was actually sitting at a restaurant, and across the street there was a 7-Eleven, and there was a young boy. He was doing, and this is no exaggeration, Grant, sitting at a 7-Eleven with a full desk setup, and like right in front, like in front of the store, doing his homework. And it just struck me as odd. So I went over, and his parents were there, so I spoke to them. And they were just very candid. They said, David, we don't know when our power is going to come back on.
Yeah.
So to me, that represented a much larger aspect of what most people face throughout the world. And as I said, because I've traveled to so many countries, you see the same issues behind different sets of eyes, right? So to me, as I'm traveling and I'm seeing all these things happening, I'm like, well, I could probably fix this. And usually what happens in these types of situations is something called load shedding, which means that there's just entirely too much demand on the grid and not enough resources. So energy companies will just shut down. And I said, that is not the way to go about doing this. The way to go about doing this is something called using distributed energy resources. So a distributed energy resource is basically a type of energy asset that's usually small scale, nothing above like maybe 100 kilowatts or something. And then connecting all of these things together. So the first thing that I did with my team is to develop what's called an energy management system. And so an energy management system actually works as kind of like a traffic cop, if you will, to connect hundreds of thousands of things together. So it could be solar panels on a house. It could be battery resources. It could be wind turbine, geothermal, like you name it. Anything that either generates or stores energy becomes what's called a node for us, spelled N-O-D-E. So that led me toward becoming the keynote speaker at a great Google event. I received the Google Innovator Award for my work back in 2019. And my team has just been trucking along. Like, we've been doing some amazing things. We actually own a school as well. So we predominantly target underserved communities. And we enable people from those communities to receive different types of certifications, like NABCEP, which is the gold standard for solar, and then also things like HAZWOPER, OSHA, different types of construction certifications. So that has led us to train just under 300 individuals across the United States, and basically now we're able to help propagate our services more and more. Hopefully that makes sense. I don't want to belabor the point.
No. See, this is so interesting. We don't have these kinds of discussions. And the fact that you said you were traveling the world and you just, you took time to talk to this child and their family to see what's going on. And if, because what I'm following you, like, you were into music, got big into music. Then you got big into travel, you're doing that type of thing. Then you got big into energy, and not just energy. You wanted to solve a human problem. You saw this, and you saw a gap in the energy distribution. Like, hey, I think they're doing this wrong. Maybe if we did it a different way, we get more power to more people.
That's right.
I think it's just exciting. So then you got this entrepreneurial thing. So, energy, you're talking big money. You always think about energy, power distribution, oil and gas, all that kind of thing. You just took that on. Tell us about the journey to becoming the CEO of your company and then actually providing that kind of service.
It's really interesting. So I think with any industry that you enter into, there's going to be a high barrier to entry, obviously because of not knowing what you don't know, just basically being like a quote unquote greenhorn at whatever it is, because you don't, even if you go to business school, like I did, you still are basing what you want to do off of theory. And then also you run into issues like if you don't have adequate funding, or if you don't have an adequate team, or if you don't have like advisors to help you to steer clear of landmines and so forth. Mm-hmm. These are all of the types of things that a young entrepreneur will run into. And let me tell you, I've run into all of those things twice. And I mean, every day, I guess, within my organization is completely different, because breaking into the energy industry as a Black man it's pretty difficult. I mean, like you said, you mentioned oil and gas. And I mean, I don't need to tell you that is a predominantly kind of white market, and, no offense, or it's a white and Arab market. But getting into renewable energy is really interesting, because, like, just call it, 6 or 7 years ago here in Illinois, there was a time where distributed energy resources like solar were just either too expensive, or they were just like outlawed, because the politicians didn't know what to do with it, and there was no real kind of regulation around it. But fast forward to now, there's become like a free market which is opened up, and also because the primary energy company that operates here was demonopolized, it gave opportunities to us to get into this market with little to no flack. Now, the interesting thing behind that is, because I work in something called a virtual power plant, and we operate, and now we're owning our own resources, it's given us sort of a platform that enables us to scale exponentially. But I can tell you, I mean, when you're trying to talk to a customer, for instance, that has no idea what a virtual power plant is, or a distributed energy resource, or any of these things, they're just looking at the bottom line, like, we're paying X amount of dollars per month for our energy source, or or maybe they're running into blackout issues as well, because there's no such thing as a monolith within America in terms of our energy grid infrastructure. So because we do live in Chicago, we're okay. But if you go 30 miles south, it's a completely different story. Yeah. So you're talking situations where people are having constant blackouts, or what's called brownouts. Their lights are flickering on and off, and especially during times of crises, like big storms hit, or like a snowstorm. Like here in Chicago during this past winter that we just got over, there were some of my friends who didn't have power for a week, and I'm like, no, that's yeah. So I mean, there's just a multitude of things that occur that are absolutely able to be mitigated. But the problem is, you first have to tap into your customer base. So you have to educate them. You have to have enough capital to allocate toward doing this. You have to have a team that's competent and educated and able to work hard. I mean, like the list goes on and on and on. So it's an ongoing battle. And frankly, I've been able to pull this together in a short amount of time. But it is a situation where we do need to continue to scale and propagate these services to be able to move forward and do the most good for the United States and abroad.
This is, like I said, this is just very interesting. We just don't have these conversations. First, kudos to you for taking on the challenge. As you said, no one's in the room that looks like you.
Yes.
However, everybody, as far as I know, lives off oxygen, right? And you need energy. We have a common problem, right? Mm-hmm. And what you noticed across the world, because there's approximately 200 countries in the world, you visited 78 of them, and you're seeing, the things that we take for granted, like in Chicago. You're not thinking about a lack of power most time. You'll have outages, but then you're thinking about, it'll be back on in less than an hour most of the time. And then maybe you might be without for a couple of days, but usually it's going to be repaired, because so many people depend on that. But as you get further and further away from that urban center and these rural communities, it's not that easy, right?
That's right.
So then you get, portable generators. You start to generate a certain amount of power, but not the kind of power that you're talking about.
Yes.
So I want to ask you this, because this is so important. As you got into this journey, and you not only had to learn the technology, but then you had to learn what it takes to attract capital, to attract buyers, to get people to invest in what you were doing. What was that journey like?
I'm still on it. I mean, this right now is a situation where, you're basically, and I'm speaking personally, like we have never taken a dime of outside capital. Everything that we do has been either funded by myself or through just pure economy. So because we've learned about all sorts of different things that can help bolster the success of a business, like grants and what do you call it, like federal loans that are non-repayable, and working with nonprofit organizations, this has enabled us to have a stable foothold where in things that have a long customer journey and like a long business funnel, basically, like what we do, this allows us to kind of grease the runway, so to speak, so we can keep on going. But as you can imagine, like our business model is something called, we use business to government. So business to government, meaning that we've historically targeted only governmental organizations like municipalities and global governments to share our services. But most importantly, now that we've shifted this model to manufacturing, we're also looking at a situation where we now have to create another customer journey. We have another business pipeline. We have other kind of facets to this business that creates like what's called a market segment. So in these market segments, they're completely different. It's very difficult, but I've realized the power of leveraging public-private partnerships. So in doing so, this allows us to have a much larger kind of megaphone to the rest of the world. It allows us access to different types of power players and different types of markets that we would have never normally thought of even entering. Like, just to give you an example, I mean, we have a new cohort that's getting ready to kick off because we've established a large deal with the government of Minnesota that will enable us to create a workforce development pipeline, because they also have clean energy goals. So in doing so, just out of a random connection that I made, this parlayed me to get into this market that I wasn't considering, to garner a bunch of contacts and a bunch of opportunities. And then furthermore, this organization has also agreed to help us to build out more of our portfolio over there. So now we're talking of taking large swaths of underserved community members who are predominantly Black and brown, training them up, helping them to greenify their communities, and then allowing us to build out this large energy portfolio to make the world a more sustainable place. So, I mean, like I said, it is an ongoing thing, and every single day could be completely different. But I will say that it is a tremendous honor to do what we do, because I can genuinely wake up every morning and I know that I'm making a difference in the world. And I know that the people who are now working on our team, they're finding newfound purpose, because in many situations, like some of the people that we train are coming from, like they were previously incarcerated. We call them returning citizens. So people who would have normally never had the opportunity to break into the renewable energy sector, they now have this ability to do the best good for the planet, to show like, hey, I made my mistake, but I'm ready to change my thoughts around this. I want to make a better world for my family if they have one. And then furthermore, to just kind of, I guess, meet the demand where it is with energy products, because realistically, Grant, in the near future, we are going to run out of fossil fuels. Mm-hmm. And once that happens, there's going to be a situation where we either have met that demand with a sustainable energy economy, or we frankly starve to death. So that was kind of my long-winded answer, but hopefully.
No, this is this is something that intrigued me, and it still does. I just I can't wrap my head around this. I'm just trying to, but I just don't. Here we are, we're on this planet. This planet rotates, in 24 hours it rotates. 365 degrees it goes around the sun. We have an abundance of power. Just the universal, the cosmic power, whatever you want to call it. It's just constantly there. Yes. But we have yet to truly know how to tap into it to operate our ecosystems effectively. You like you said, you're talking about fossil fuels, and then we're taking energy or resources out of the earth, probably not in the most elegant manner. Yet we are surrounded by a propulsion that's been happening for billions of years, and yet we can't tap into it. Have you ever thought about that?
I think about it every day. And, you know, I don't know if are you a Star Trek fan at all?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay. So there's a specific type of scale that was developed in, I believe, the 1950s or 60s called the Kardashev scale. Basically what that is, it's based off the science of Star Trek, which it says, like, in order for humanity to become what's called a type 1 civilization, we must be able to harness all of the resources of Earth and be able to control them. So that could entail things like being able to control a volcano, being able to harness all of the wind power, all of the geothermal power, you know, so on and so forth. And we have not made it there yet. But then, you know, you get to the kind of Star Trek world where they're able to travel galaxy to galaxy in light speed, so that, you know, there's basically like a type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4, so on and so forth, until we're able to harness all of the elements of the galaxy. But you are absolutely right. Now, what you're referring to with the sun, like we basically have a thermonuclear reactor that's just always on. It requires zero maintenance. That thing just works. And all we have to do is just figure out how to harness it. So, you know, I guess being forward thinking, I'm constantly looking toward innovation. And to me, one of the greatest things that will occur that will allow us to become a spacefaring civilization and to sort of to leave this to leave Earth eventually, because we want to be out there amongst the stars, is we have to create something called the Dyson sphere. Now, picture this. Now, we know how big we know how big our sun is, let alone other stars, right? Now, imagine being able to develop a device that would encapsulate the sun and stream all of that energy wirelessly anywhere in the cosmos.
Wow.
That's where we are headed. And
Yeah.
it is definitely not going to happen in our lifetime, but that would enable us to be considered a type 1 civilization. So, you know, like you said, I mean, we're in this place where there is an abundance of energy all around us, be it with tidal, with wind, with nuclear, you know, so on and so forth, and many other types of unharnessed energy sources. But specifically, the sun is one that will continue to work for the next, you know, foreseeable future. Like, I don't even want to put a timestamp on it. But yeah, I mean, there's just so many things. Like I just did a talk at a local high school not too long ago, and I was sharing with these students that there's so many innovations out there that need to happen. And if you look around you, just look for things that need improvement or have the possibility of innovation. And then if you get into that market and you kind of identify what it is that you want to do and solve a large number of people's problems, you're going to be successful there. So I guess in my case, what I'm getting at is this idea that we have an infinite amount of resources that the universe has provided, or God, or however you want to refer to it. I mean, we're ready to rock. And if you look at the trajectory that we've had for the adoption of renewable energy resources over the course of, say, you know, the last decade versus the last 100 years, it's an untold amount of success that we've been able to experience. Now, if you can imagine, you know, 30, 40, 50 years, 100 years from now, just imagine what that'll look like with more people like me working on this problem.
Well, what you said is so important, that we need more people involved. When you talk about, you know, our worlds of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, we cannot sleep on this. We have the opportunity to recreate our experience. As you just said, think about in the last, 10, 15 years, how the human experience has changed, how we use technologies like we're on right now, mobile technologies. Now we're getting into artificial intelligence. It is changing quite rapidly, but the more people we can get involved, so it's not just a smaller subset of people that take advantage of it. It's a much larger, because we have many different experiences, and what you see is not the same thing I see. But if we bring those two things together, 1 + 1 should equal 3. That's what I always loved about that particular formula. A lot of people don't realize what I mean. Like, what do you mean 1 + 1 = 2? Like, no, when you have a quantity here and a quantity here, when they come together, they're greater than what they would be if they were separate. When you truly understand that, That means like me and David working together, we become greater than we ever could working separately.
That's right.
Right. And as a humanity and as a species, we really need to get to that, because I love what you said about the stages of civilization. There might be a whole slew of what we quote unquote call aliens, are like, oh, the guys are just barely above, caveman status. There's nothing to talk about here.
That's right.
I said, isn't that cute? They're starting to discover some stuff, right? Just hope they don't, mess it up too bad. But there probably is these kinds of realities that we're just waking up to. But we've got to get our kids involved and let them know, oh, that's for someone else. No, it's not. It's for all those Davids out there. And I love also how you said about people that may have made mistakes and got incarcerated for one reason or another, but they're looking to make a change. Just because you made a mistake so many years ago, or whatever it may be, doesn't mean you're going to continue to make that mistake, right? And then you can employ people that really want to get involved and learn and innovate and try some things. And like, oh my God, we just discovered something new. And as we were saying earlier, you start to get the investment in capital.
That's right.
We are about a 1.6 trillion going into $2 trillion economy, just African American people. But that it's a diluted number, because we don't circulate within it. If we did, ourselves, we'd be very powerful. We've got to learn to come together with that. And the more we do that, we can start investing in our own people and processes and in opportunities, because you can't always ask someone else to do these things. You got to do it yourself. So I want to ask you, what do you need from our community to help you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a loaded question, because as a small business owner, or as a Black entrepreneur, I should say, we need a lot of things. But I think one of the biggest helps that our community could offer us is just community buy-in. Just giving us the opportunity to get into your neighborhood, have a conversation, let us share what it is that we have to offer. Because as I mentioned earlier, the customer journey for us is a long one. And not only is it a long one, but there are a multitude of different products and services that we can offer to each of these communities. And, and just as example, yesterday I had a great conversation with the commander of the police department here. And we've been able to successfully set up a memorandum of understanding. We have a new partnership with them because we have something called the CAPS program, which is, I believe it's alternative policing solutions. So in that, you're basically saying, well, there's all of these students or all of these kids or young adults that are kind of labeled as at risk, and being able to funnel them into an organization like mine is going to give them the opportunity to help bolster the success of our company, as well as to change their lives around without going through the entire prison pipeline process, which we definitely want to avoid. But I guess from a municipal level, what we discussed, which was of particular interest to me, was the fact that you have elderly people who are sometimes kind of not respected or are put on this position where they're almost powerless, if you will, because they're not getting adequate resources at home. Like they don't have people that come to look after them. So they could have like a leak, or they could have some kind of bug infestation, or they could have problems with their own energy sovereignty. And what I shared with the commander is that we have a bunch of products that can help them to make their lives significantly better. Like just the idea that we've manufactured a type of portable power station that would enable them during any time of the month to just plug in, like if they use like a CPAP machine or like any kind of breathing apparatus, or if their energy runs out, they can plug in a heater so they don't freeze to death. Like these are all the types of conversations that we need to have. And then furthermore, just from the perspective of our employees that are coming in, to be able to do like energy audits, find where those leaks are coming from, and patch them up. if they're paying too much on their energy bills, to be able to go and identify like what are the causes of those things. Like, do you have a refrigerator that's been running for 50 years that you don't even use, or are you using the wrong type of light bulb, or what's your electrical system look like? These types of things are crucial to being able to accelerate the sustainable energy economy. And moreover, as a municipality, there's just a bunch of things that we need to collectively do, black, white, whatever, in order to kind of coalesce and realize that we're all in this together. We're all on the same planet. Your problems are my problems, and in order for us to collectively solve them, it can start with just something as simple as a hello, my name is, and this is what I do.
Yeah, isn't that something? Get back to basics, right?
Mm-hmm.
You brought something up, energy audits. I mean, a lot of times, especially, energy is kind of just a utility. It's something you have to have and you just pay it.
Yes.
You don't realize that you do have some say in that, and understanding like, hey, why is my bill either going up, or why is it is, to your point. You might be utilizing different appliances and whatnot that, they just take up a lot more power than they need to.
Yes.
If you you know what, you need to maybe swap that out. Like light bulbs, you say how light bulbs have changed over the last, I don't know, 10, 15, where you would get a light bulb, you would usually maybe change it out, maybe, I don't know, every 3-6 months. Now you get a light bulb that can last for years.
That's right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? I want to ask you this. When they buy a device from you or equipment from you, is it like a generator, but it's not a generator? What exactly are they getting?
Yeah, so I mean, we have a number of different products that we offer, but we have something called a solid state portable power station, which is most impressive. It's basically like it's a generator that does not produce any emissions, and it's on wheels.
Mm-hmm.
So you just plug into this thing. I mean, just if you've ever used like a gas generator, it's basically that, but it uses lithium-ion batteries.
Wow.
Yeah, so I mean, we have things like that. We also have our own proprietary inverter. And if you're unfamiliar with what an inverter is, it's basically the device that helps to convert energy from what's called DC to AC, so you can make it usable within a household. We have a bunch of those types of things. And like I said, this is all part of that kind of discovery journey. Like, people don't even know what they don't know. They don't know that they need these things. They don't know that they exist, and they don't know that they're affordable. And in many cases, like there's a bunch of rebates out there that enable them to get them for little to nothing. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of just going back to what I was saying earlier about just having this initial conversation and showing like there's a bigger world that you didn't even know existed.
I tell you, but this just happened, especially like, my parents live in Nebraska, Omaha, Nebraska, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get winter and you get storms, the power goes out.
Yep.
So if the power goes out and you're older, let's just say, and then you need, like you said, a CPAP, or you've got some kind of other medical device that needs to be powered on. What I'm listening to is like, because I'm from Florida, I've been in Florida for almost 30 plus years.
Mm-hmm.
Is that you have generators. And to
Yes.
your point, generator is gas. You got to put the gas into it, and they don't generate electricity, but it also has an emission. And if you're not paying attention, you can also kill you.
Yes.
If you don't have it outside. You're telling me you've got a device that can generate energy within your home.
Yes.
that won't kill you, and it can
That's right.
power your tech. Is that right?
That's absolutely right. Yeah, it's emissions free. It is on wheels. Like anyone can use it, and most importantly, it can be recharged from multiple sources. So you can actually plug it into your house. There's even solar panels that we've created that are collapsible, that fit inside of a small briefcase that you can just set outside on your lawn or wherever, and then it'll just continuously generate energy as long as it's charged. And then, most importantly, like the lifespan on these things, it's roughly 10 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's the cost? Give me some numbers.
Yeah. So the portable power station we have is just about $2,500. And then I think with rebate, like you receive a 30% rebate, depending on which market you're in. So it knocks that price down significantly.
I like that. Now, how can they buy it? Do they have to get it? Is it through distribution? How do you acquire it?
Yeah, you can actually go on our website.
Well, that's easy. That's easy. You make them to order, or do you just
They're already ready. We have warehouse shipping locations that we can ship anywhere in the United States within a week.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So let me ask you this. Is that your preferred distribution model, or would you like to be like, I should be able to walk into a Home Depot and buy one?
Yeah, I mean, baby steps, right?
Yeah.
So it's important that we do have drop shipping locations, but yeah, in the near future, it would be fantastic if we could get into major retailers and be able to just have these products on display for anyone to use. And I think that would help to decrease the gap or to close the gap rather, and enable us to provide a number of different products for people that for all sorts of different situations, because we have both residential and commercial. And in order for us to really develop this virtual power plant network, we need a litany of all of these types of things.
I agree. I completely agree. Now you got to tell us again how to contact you, how to buy these things, do their own assessment. It sounds like you will do an assessment for people to make it affordable. And then there's programs, and they said, hey, it's $2,500, but you got to think about, let's step back and see what it is that you're going to gain and what your situation is. I tell you right now, I hated using those generators. I really didn't like that. They start up like a lawnmower, right? And then you could plug it up, but you got to keep it outside. You can't keep a generator going for very long. Some people are in apartments, they're in areas you can't. That's really not a good thing to do. But you're saying it's on wheels. You can throw it in a truck. You can take it out to the park. You can use it a number of different ways. So it's just not there for an emergency as well. So how do they get in contact with you?
Yeah, I mean, just info@luminaenergy.com, or go to our website, luminaenergy.com, spelled LUMENAENERGY.com. And there's plenty of information on there. There's case studies. There's all kinds of cool things that you can find, whichever type of product you're looking for, or even, like I said, if you're interested in coming to work for us, there's connections there where you'll learn more about Lumina Energy Academy and the types of certifications that we offer.
I think this is wonderful, and I want to make sure that the kids get involved. Do you do any kind of teaching at either high school or college?
Yes. I personally, I do a lot of public speaking around the world, but I also have team members that do the same. So I mentioned earlier Minnesota. So we have, I believe, 3 classes that are starting in the next two weeks. So my team members will be out there certifying the next individuals. We have some here in Chicago. And I mean, like, as I said, we're looking to grow. So if this is something that is of value to anyone listening, there's a number of ways to get in touch with us and a number of things that we can offer that will allow us to make everyone's quality of life better.
I love it. I love it. I want to thank you again for being with us this morning, taking your time. Definitely come back, join us. These are kinds of conversations that we love to have and get exposure to. So thank you again for being on the Black Business Network.
Yes, Grant, it was an absolute pleasure. Hopefully you'll have me back.
Oh yeah, genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side. Man, that was a wonderful conversation with David. These are the things that we really got to get our hands around, because we are in such a precipice of change. I want to let everyone know that the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. In 5-Star BDM, that is my company, we will be donating today at least $500, and we want to get a match for that $500 for anyone, for our students, for our speakers, from our audience. And then you may go to blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use the Cash App that is on the screen below. That is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students, you can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so please donate to the scholarship fund and help students achieve their dreams. And special thanks to our Black Business USA sponsors for this is March 2025, NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Council. Staff Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated. Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I will see all of you on the other side. Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is Common.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses. I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses. Doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those 3 communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those 2 things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and they talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
At 5-Star BDM, we don't just elevate brands, we forge industry icons. Our mission is to amplify your business and personal brand through dynamic AI-enhanced strategies and an elite professional network of over 20,000 experts. We empower entrepreneurs and small to medium-sized businesses to lead, scale, and transform. Our powerful network accelerates your speed to market and connects you with unparalleled growth opportunities. If you're ready to lead, we'll position your brand to set the industry standard. Explore our comprehensive services designed to build your brand, drive growth, and innovate your business. From personal branding and business development to technology solutions and investment banking, we offer tailored strategies that deliver measurable results and help you dominate your market. Our personal branding service uniquely tailors your professional story. Starting at just $99 per project, we offer online courses, in-person workshops, and scheduled weekly calls. Perfect for individuals beginning their personal branding journey, we help you craft a legacy that commands attention and respect. Strategic plans and execution are at the heart of our business development services. We focus on sustainable growth, helping you secure funding, scale operations, and expand your market reach. Our expertise ensures your business thrives in competitive environments. Innovate with custom artificial intelligence, machine learning, and software solutions tailored to your needs. Our technology services are designed to enhance your business operations and drive efficiency, ensuring you stay ahead in the digital age.
Discover real stories and real results. From healthcare startups to tech entrepreneurs, our clients have achieved extraordinary success.
For instance, a healthcare brand transformation led to a 40% drop in patient infections, showcasing our impact in diverse industries.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust. So go check them out.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusiness.com. blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, good day, good day, and welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaugh, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the Follow Brand podcast and TV series. And I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And it is my honor to introduce a true global visionary. That is Mr. Frank Bryant, the founder and chief inspiration officer of Liquid Barrier Voices of Africa. And through this powerful platform, Frank is empowering young African women and women in the diaspora to lead critical conversations on climate, health, politics, technology, and beyond. And with over 20 years of experience as a technical writer, business analyst, and project manager, Frank has lent his expertise to leading organizations such as AT&T, Citigroup, and JP Morgan Chase. A proud Rutgers University graduate, he brings a unique blend of corporate excellence, global vision, and community-driven leadership to every initiative. And off the clock, Frank is an avid ice hockey player and passionate advocate for equity, innovation, and global collaboration. And his mission is clear, which is to inspire, equip, and elevate the next generation of women leaders across the globe. So please help me in welcoming, I want you to welcome Mr. Frank Bryant to the stage. How are you doing this morning?
Good morning, Grant. Thank you for the wonderful introduction.
No, thank you for doing what you do. It gives me a lot to talk about.
Great. It's good to be here. And thank you again for the invitation.
Well, you know, we met not too long ago, and we met in a way that you were doing a program and a presentation for African women. And a mutual friend of mine had reached out and said, "Hey, you know, Frank needs some help on a platform. I think you can possibly help him." And I said, "Yeah, well, let's take a look and see what's going on." He said, "Well, I was on LinkedIn. We used to have an audio podcast, right? They had an audio, and they stopped doing it, right? They just said, you know what?" And you know, a lot of people don't think about that when a company like a large corporation, you know, shuts down, let's say, a service line, and impacts people down the line who have been utilizing it. And if they didn't, there's no like, well, what do I do instead of kind of thing? And that you were like, all right, I'll do this video podcasting, right? And so I kind of onboarded you. But I tell you, because of that, I got to listen in on what you were doing, and I was just blown away. So I would like, first of all, for you to tell us a little bit more about Voices of Africa and what that is all about.
Right. I'll first say, you know, you're quite right in characterizing how LinkedIn turned off, so to speak, the audio functionality for its subscribers to do audio calls. And everybody had to scramble to do video calls. So it was a little uncomfortable, obviously making the transition. But at the same time, as you know, businesses have to be flexible and adaptable to changes in the marketplace. And thank you so much for
stepping in and helping us make that transition from audio to video. And you were very gracious and helped us out in a tight spot in just about, I think, 24 or 48 hours. And then our LinkedIn Live event went extremely well because of your, kind support. So I want to thank you publicly for stepping in and helping us out.
No worries. And then now you're on the platform that actually taught me how to use StreamYard effectively. It's a great tool. It really is. They're not paying me for saying that.
Right.
StreamYard is its own platform, but the Black Business Network has been utilizing it very effectively for the last 6 years, and
wow.
It's a very, very good platform for getting your message out to a number of different social media networks, not just on LinkedIn. It could be on YouTube, it could be on Facebook, or wherever you have your audience located simultaneously, and that's what I love about the platform. But I'm gonna get back to the Voices of Africa because I'm telling you, I'm like, wow, and they were from different countries and all. Tell us more about that.
Well, Voices of Africa is a platform that I started 2 years ago, and Voices of Africa essentially amplifies the voices, experiences, and expectations of young African women. And I chose the young African women demographic. Obviously, I'm not a woman, and I'm not directly from Africa, but I chose that particular demographic because I felt that young African women were and are an underserved community that don't always get the highlight, the spotlight, the respect, the support, the recognition, the funding, perhaps that they should. But at the same time, it's, I think, quite evident that going forward, young African women and African women are an essential component of the continent's success. Obviously, they're 50% or more than 50% of the continent's population, but also young African women are very community oriented. They're really pushing academically, from a career perspective, from a business perspective, and entrepreneurially. Mm-hmm. And in any endeavor in life, no matter what country you're from or what your gender is, it helps to have that network, that push, that support. And young African women haven't always had that network. So we're sort of that network that's come into play now to help young African women, again, with their careers, help them academically, help them from a business or an entrepreneurship perspective.
Okay, now that first of all, kudos to you. You recognize the problem, you saw the gap, you're reaching across the pond. Obviously, we've got African American women here, right, in the United States, that need the same amount of help, and then bringing those together is just like wow. And you talk about a lot of different subjects, and it appears to me that people can be very transparent. They can get on your platform, they feel trusted, and they know that it's beneficial, for them. Talk to us about, like, do you do this just monthly, and then is there coursework behind that? What exactly is the program all about?
Well, first of all, we wanted to establish a basic platform. So we have a website. We have a number of ladies who are on our website, about 175 now. As you know, we're doing LinkedIn Lives. But I'll just stop and say our platform is dedicated to the specific needs of our young African ladies. So many of our young African ladies need help with visas, passports, funding to continue their education in the continent or elsewhere Scandinavia, Europe, North America. Many of our young African ladies need employment help, how to find a job, training for a particular job. We still need to have pay equity. So our platform, specifically in getting to your point, helps with all of that. We're doing training right now in the form of LinkedIn Lives, but we're working very hard now on putting together specific training in different areas, and that could be career development, it could be, again, education, it could be in a specific discipline. We're getting ready to do a training program for a group of Ethiopian doctors. We won't be doing medical training, but more soft skill leadership training. Again, we're looking at the key areas where our young African ladies need help. Then we're responding to that and putting together the appropriate technologies or training or mentoring or events that will solve or address some of the issues that our young ladies are having. So we're very much solution oriented. We know what the problems that young African women have or women of color have. And we're zooming in and reacting and providing specific solutions to those challenges.
Let me ask you this, because I know you have Liquid Barrier. Are they connected? Liquid Barrier, Voices of Africa. I know you have a background in technical writing, business, and project management. How does that all come together for you?
Great question, Grant. I started Liquid Barrier, which is an LLC, about 4 years ago. And I started Liquid Barrier right at the beginning of COVID. I actually had a contract job with a major pharmaceutical company, which I won't name. And the contract was rescinded because of COVID. And interestingly enough, this contract, and I'm an IT professional, was to go in and separate. Actually, this pharmaceutical company had programs and was supporting women's healthcare. And in fact, they were going to splinter off this women's healthcare unit into its own company with its own CEO, management, and IT infrastructure. And I was going to be involved in separating the IT infrastructure. Well, this opportunity went south. So I said, hey, well, I need money. I've got to pay my bills. And like many folks, I always dreamed of starting my own business. So I started Liquid Barrier. And Liquid Barrier, given that I have a writing background and English degree, was focused on technology, business, and social media content writing. Of course, this was pre-AI, ChatGPT.
Yeah.
And then I decided, after a pretty successful year of running Liquid Barrier, writing for small, medium, and large-sized businesses, that I wanted to have writing from more experienced African-American women to sort of complement our writing services. And I would have this writing on my site from these career mature African-American women. Just experienced some headwinds there and pivoted to young African women. And never look back. Our platform is very popular. I would say if I reach out to 20 young African women, 16 or 17 say, hey, this is great, this is unique. Never seen anything like this before.
Yeah.
How do I sign up? So that's kind of a quick summary of Liquid Barrier, Voices of Africa's evolution.
Well, again, it's always good to get the backstory.
Yes.
Of what's happening, what motivates people, where your passion lies. It's such a common experience with COVID. COVID changed a lot of things. And then, it was a worldwide reset, and obviously I've never experienced anything quite like it. But if I look back in time, 2020, and what was happening for myself going on, that's when I got into the entrepreneurial world as well.
Right.
BDM was born then. There were some different changes going on in corporate America. To your point, like, well, what do I do next? But yet, as I started to step back, I got 25 years of corporate experience, business development experience, branding experience, sales and marketing. I think someone might find that valuable.
Yeah.
And it's turned out to be the right decision for me to make. And it's all about being of service to other people. Like, there's always someone coming up that didn't have that kind of exposure, and someone told me this, and it was so true. He said, do you know that you are in the unique position to be a mentor to the person you were 5 years ago?
Exactly.
10 years ago. And if you realize that, you have a business opportunity to help them. And to your point, you started to see what was going on. You started to see some particular writing styles and whatnot, or coming from just because Africa is a continent. We in America, we always we think Africa, like Africa is 50 countries. It's a pretty big place. You got to be very specific. And there's many different nationalities and ethnicities and all kinds. It's just it's a whole nother world. And I tell you, Frank, when I said I listened into that first conversation, and I noticed, and I'm going to ask you this: are there concentrations of women that are coming from a particular area, or are they from South, West, Central, kind of all over?
Yeah, let me get to that, but I just want to comment on an excellent point that you made just a little while ago. And like you, I had 25, 30 years working in corporate America, and I transitioned those skills to Voices of Africa. Again, like you, I knew technology, I knew marketing, I knew communications, I knew leadership, I knew structure, organization, and I like you, I transitioned that over to my own endeavors.
Yeah.
To get more specifically to your question, as we know, perhaps Nigeria, Ethiopia, Ghana, South Africa are the major African continent economic powers, and that's excluding several countries in North Africa. So naturally, most of our young ladies emanate from one of those countries. Probably with Ethiopia being the top, but obviously we have young ladies who participate in our platform from all over the continent, and we certainly want participation from all over the continent, and want ladies to from different countries to interact, network, exchange ideas, build businesses, participate in projects, initiatives. So although we have 54 African countries, to some extent what we're trying to do is lower the borders, lower the divisions, have ladies again interact from all over the continent to communicate and build, because I think, as most of us would admit who know the continent well, again, a lot of the continent's possible future prosperity is going to depend on its women. I mean, it's always depended on its women, but women have supported and brought the culture and the continent forward more from a back seat. But now women and in the future, women are going to be in the front seat, in the driver's seat, leading, determining, deciding, making decisions, leading the continent forward. So young African women are an incredible investment, and folks are slowly coming to that understanding.
Now I want to talk to what I call the elephant in the room.
Mm.
How did this Black man, this African American become, like, get well known, get popular, get trusted to African women from many different countries? They may or may not be exposed to Americans. A lot of them, have more British content or connections, possibly French connections. You may have some, American. I'm curious to see that. Hey, are we popular? Maybe I guess.
Well, it's a mostly faceted answer to that question. And number one, we all know we're in a global organization.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're in a global world, and Voice of Africa is a global organization. So now, I'm where I am, and you're where you are, and even though we're in the United States, we're talking like we're in the same room.
Right.
So distances and borders have certainly in the last 10, 20 years collapsed. Also, obviously, I am from Africa, not directly, but I am of African heritage. So there's a kinship there. Like you, I like to help people. People face challenges, people overcome hurdles. There's that. But fundamentally, helping young African women, supporting them, creating a community for them is just a good business idea. It's just a good idea.
That's an excellent idea. I want, if you don't mind, not to give anyone's direct name, can you share with us like a success story that you have, like something that, really stands out for you that you feel good about for what your initiative has brought forward?
I have so many, Grant, and it's an excellent question. And I get so many. I would say go to our website, and maybe you could provide it at some point, and look at our testimonials. And what we've done somehow is that we've touched the hearts, minds, and souls of young African women. And I get so many testimonials, so many communications saying, hey, Frank, this is a great idea. No, it's nice to have somebody who's thinking about us. And I don't feel that anybody knows me or cares about me or cares about what I think or cares about what I want to do, or let alone will help me get my master's, or help me with a passport or a visa, or get me some information on scholarships. Nobody seems to care, but you do. And I will say this, a lot of people who are starting businesses nowadays, they always want to go for the C-suite, the executives, the powerful, the folks in the corner office who they think, have the influence, the power, the money. And sometimes it's not always going to the most powerful. It's not always going to the wealthiest. Sometimes it's helping the folks at the other end of the spectrum that could bring you the most financial success, but also is the most personally gratifying and enriching. I'm just the people I've interacted with, the culture, the languages, their traditions, the geographies, the current events, the history that I've learned about from interacting with these young ladies just has enriched me tremendously from an academic, from a cultural perspective. The things I know now, I know much more than I did about countries and the continent and cultures than I did 2 years ago. So this has been a journey that's been personally enriching for me.
I say that is well stated, because you can't just you read certain books or you see certain things on in the media and you think you know something.
Right.
And I would say just like this. So I could read a lot of stuff about, let's say, just say Japan, but until I go there,
right,
and actually spend significant amount of time there, not just a week, I won't know that what it's really like to be there, right? What is that really like? And you've immersed yourself in a journey, whether you even travel there abroad, just talking to the people, and they're, I don't think people realize how massive Africa is as far as size, just size, right?
Yeah.
The entire United States, it fits all within, the African continent. It is a huge mass, and it's just huge. And then that connection. To me, when I hear you talking and you say, "Man, I learned so much," I had a Roots moment. Remember the movie, the miniseries Roots moment, that you got that reconnection of self. And you see so many facets of, the experience of a culture that we don't experience a lot of, and get when I say depth in, right? True depth, understanding, tribal realities,
right,
that we don't deal with in the United States. Like I said, we go back with, Africa, but they don't speak like that,
right.
It's like, there's different tribal worlds and different ways of looking at things, and even cross, to your point, borders, and that all African people aren't all the same. They're
right.
It's kind of, when you think about it, it's like, well, that's like saying all Europeans are the same. Of course not. They are, many differences, but we have more of an exposure to that cultural experience than we do outside of it. Like what my knowledge of the Asian cultures and Asians is, it's all over. So someone brought this up to me, and I really, really appreciated her bringing to my attention. Her name is Dr. Marguerite Beverly. She wrote a book about this on cultural competency.
Mm-hmm.
Something I encourage all of us to truly understand, no matter who you are, where your background is, to become more culturally competent of other people, of regions, and you'll know how to communicate better. And I think you get more appreciation for all kinds of different people. There's just so many, and it's such a rich experience, if you can immerse yourself into it. And we can let go of some of the, I truly believe, and I say it right now live, racism is a disease. It's an ugly disease because it cuts you off from just other human beings. It's a very not good way of seeing anything, really. It minimizes a lot of things. It distorts reality. Whereas if you can come and say, you know what, I just want to experience people, and there's many, many kinds of people, and they all have beautiful stories relate, whether it's a tragedy or a trauma or some victories and many different things. It's such a great thing. And when you're talking about, hey, here's this demographic of just African women, and that's a lot of people, billions, really.
A lot, quite a few.
Right. So you got a pretty big market out there.
Yeah, an incredible. My goal is to get every African woman and African diasporan woman onto the platform. and I think we could
So
do
how
that.
are you doing the marketing? How are you getting the word out?
Well, the word is coming to me, and believe it or not, we want to do some additional marketing, but I'm afraid because I can't keep up with the demand now of all the young ladies who want to join the platform and all the partnerships we have. So I'm afraid to do too much additional marketing. But just to get back to one other point that you brought up about, why I'm doing this, I'm and then jumping back to COVID. COVID brought a lot of bad, obviously, to the world, but I guess it did bring some good in that it has further globalized us. It put in brought forth additional marketing, or I should say, communication via. It further globalized us. It opened up the world. We were shut in the home. We had to communicate with other people more locally, and it also gave us the opportunity to communicate with people thousands of miles away. And then to kind of leap to the fact that, well, I guess my point is, I think it also somehow renewed Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism being, at least in my definition, the opportunity for folks of the African diaspora to unite, come together, communicate, work together for the benefit of the African continent and the diaspora. I'm sure you heard of the Ghana a few years ago, the Year of the Return, where Ghana reached out to African Americans and had them come back to Ghana, where probably a lot of us are from that region of the continent. But also, I'm seeing a renewed spirit since COVID of African Americans getting more involved in the to-dos of the development, of the prosperity, of the growth, of the opportunities within the continent. So I'm additionally to being specifically the chief information or chief inspiration officer of Liquid Barrier Voices of Africa, I'm a Pan-African businessman who is supremely interested in business opportunities, educational, academic, entrepreneurial opportunities throughout the continent. And certainly many Africans feel that African Americans can play a role, and a needed role. For instance, the skills you and I have from our years and years and years in corporate America can be very, very valuable to our brothers and sisters in the continent. And so we're learning more about a forgotten culture from our perspective as African Americans. And our African brothers and sisters can benefit from the years of our experience in leadership and technology and the School of Hard Knocks, et cetera, et cetera.
Is that what we call it?
That's one way to put it.
No, it's been, but you bring up a great point. Number one, as far as a resource in America, United States, is that we are, as far as a group of African descent people, we're the most educated, we are the most financially backed, and we're the most technically sophisticated in the world.
Yes.
And the more we realize that's valuable to people, on the African continent, as well as in the Caribbean and South America and some other locations, and that a lot of times, because of who you are, that you can have better communication, and maybe there's more of a trust, like and know kind of factor. Like, yeah, we can help each other. Now you're working with governments,
right,
that are friendly, toward you, want your help.
Exactly.
Right. And I was talking to a woman, and she's going to be on the platform tomorrow, from originally from Rwanda. And that goes back to what we were talking about earlier about some of the misinformation or bad information. Yes, there was something that really terrible happened in Rwanda, but that's not what's happening now.
Right.
Now, and a lot of people don't realize that, you can get what we would call here in the United States, probably like a $2 million home. You can get there for like $200,000.
Right.
I mean, the economies of scale. So you start to see that your money, you may think you don't have a lot of money, but then the resources that you do have actually could be 5 to 10x more in other worlds. And not necessarily have to move there, but you might want to spend some time there. You might want to start investing there. And because of that, you enrich yourself and you enrich others. And then you get that win-win reality by hey, so again, that whole misinformation or bad understanding of what we think, you ask your average person in the street in the urban area, tell me about Africa, and I guarantee you'll get a viewpoint that's just not real.
Exactly. With the continent, there's just layers and layers and layers and layers of discovery. As we mentioned, it's such a vast, complex region and then you and I probably had more similar backgrounds in corporate America than different. The school of hard knocks, but when you reach a certain pinnacle, as we have had, we have a lot of privilege too. We are, I guess, looks like we're fairly healthy. We're intelligent. We can communicate, we can speak, we have experience, we know technology. And logistically, I think we have an obligation to reach back and help. And certainly our young African ladies, and also our African American ladies, need our help, and I think can benefit from our shared perspective.
Well, let's keep sharing that perspective. And I want to thank you for being on the Black Business Network. Tell us again how to get in contact with you and your website.
Well, my website is a little complex. The best way might be to look for me on LinkedIn. And then there's a link to our Voices of Africa website. So that's probably the best way, or go to LinkedIn. We're very LinkedIn centric.
Nothing wrong with that. I love LinkedIn, my favorite platform.
Yeah, or type in Voices of Africa to the main search bar.
Main search, okay.
Yeah,
and then you'll come up.
Best way.
Yeah.
Or type my name in there, and that's the best way to find me. But thank you so much, Grant. I've really enjoyed our business relationship and being on your program, and we'll have to have you on one of ours very soon. And,
absolutely. I can't wait. I can't wait to do it. Thank you again for being on the Black Business Network. Genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side. Thank you again.
Take care, everybody.
You're welcome. That was wonderful. Always good to see what Frank is doing. I want to remind everybody that the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. And 5-Star BDM, again, we're giving $500. Again, today we would like to see a matching $500 from people that are out there in the audience, our speakers, whoever it may be, to help our children. You can go to the website at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use the Cash App that is on the screen below, and that is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students, you can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so please donate to the scholarship fund and help students achieve their dreams. And a special thanks to our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for March 2025. And they include NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common. Now we'll see you on the other side.
In today's competitive market, standing out is essential. 5-Star BDM, led by visionary Grant McGaw, offers the key to unlocking your brand's true potential. With innovative strategies and a passion for empowering businesses, 5-Star BDM is transforming personal branding and business development, moving brands from merely competing to dominating. At 5-Star BDM, we revolutionize personal branding by crafting authentic identities that enhance visibility and influence. Our brave blueprint drives measurable results, ensuring a return on investment through tailored strategies. By integrating artificial intelligence and advanced methodologies, we provide your business with a competitive edge in the digital age. Grant McGaw brings over 20 years of leadership experience with Fortune 500 companies. Named a top 10 global thought leader in personal branding, Grant's achievements include the 2024 Best Personal Brand Development Podcast for Follow the Brand. His philosophy, integrity doesn't have a price tag, is the foundation of 5-Star BDM. Partnering with 5-Star BDM means embarking on a transformative journey. We begin with discovery, analyzing your brand's DNA. Using the Brave Blueprint, we develop a strategy tailored to your goals. Our support continues through implementation, training, and ensuring long-term success with AI-driven insights and real-time adjustments. Our impact is evident. A healthcare tech firm experienced a 300% boost in brand recognition and 75% sales growth in 6 months. Entrepreneurs report increased customer retention and new revenue streams. Diverse companies like Black Business Expo USA and Akaba World Network have become industry leaders through our guidance. Join the movement and elevate your brand.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dreams from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
And I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red. And I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my, you know, my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, you know, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, you know, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, you know, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, CMET was there for myself, and anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
You are a Black-owned business and you're looking for new ways to expand your reach. Or you're a creative and you have an amazing story that needs to be told, seen, and heard. Well, at Fave Unite TV, we're streaming the diverse and authentic narratives of Black American culture. At Fave Unite TV, you have access to product placement, feedback loops, promotional spotlights, and other ways to showcase your brand. And we have fans all around the world that can't wait to see what you're up to. So come to Fave Unite TV because we are showcasing the culture 24/7 with Black stories and Black storytellers. Subscribe to FaveUniteTV.com today. And for more information, email us at info@FaveUniteTV.com or call our hotline at 816-819-9939. Fave Unite TV, one of the largest platforms showcasing Black American content in the world.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello, 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 and welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaugh, CEO of 5-Star BDM, and I am the host of the Follow Brand podcast and TV series and your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. I want to give out a special announcement today, and the fact that we of 5-Star BDM are giving $500 to the Black Business Network, and we wanted to do it as a match. We want to see if the audience will help to match us to get scholarship funds for our students. Now, the Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And it is my privilege to introduce Erica Greer, a powerhouse entrepreneur and community leader. She is the founder of Global Community Management Solutions, a full-service HOA and property management company, and CEO of Greer Construction, Inc., which she runs alongside her husband and general contractor, Q. Dwayne Greer II. She was born in Richmond, California, and Erica began her journey in the property management and construction industries at 18 and steadily rising through the corporate ranks before launching her own company in 2014 with a heart of service. And she actively mentors young men and women in entrepreneurships and honoring the mentors who once shaped her own path. And beyond business, she is a devoted wife and mother of 4 sons, a coach, innovator, and emerging nonprofit founder. And her latest endeavor, Teach a Man to Fish, aims to introduce youth to the trades through hands-on training, outreach, and career development. So I'd like to bring her to the stage. Welcome, Erica Greer.
Hi. Thank you.
How are you doing?
I appreciate you.
Oh man, I appreciate everything you do. I just, I go through your story and I'm like, how is she doing all of that? And you said you're raising 4 children. I mean, that's just a lot. That's just a lot.
Yeah, I think they're raising me at this point, but we.
I understand. Yeah.
Yeah. 3 of my sons are actually adults now, entering into the trades as well. So it's a full-blown family business at this point, and we all support each other. So yeah, I can't take all the credit.
Well, let's unpack just a little bit. I just want to tell the audience, I met you through a mutual friend. Yes. Who's going to come on after you. She's got real great Monique, and she has Mahat Enterprises. And she said, you really got to meet Erica. She is a wonderful, you know each other a long time. You kind of energize each other. I'm like, wow, I see what she's doing. I want to know what is motivating you to do so much.
You know what? I tell this story all the time that I remember a time during my youth where, it was trying. I just had a lot going on and I didn't have these business models. I didn't have, any mentorship, prospects in business, people who were telling us that we can own businesses and that these are things that are attainable for us. And so it's super important to me, not just for my children to see us set this example, but for their friends and for the youth, that in our immediate area and really all over, just to know that it can be done. We can do it. And I think in society as a whole, we're taught to, go get a job, and there's nothing wrong with that. But at some point, just understanding that you are working on building someone else's dream, and it's important to have dreams of your own and to implement things in your life to where you're going after that. So within our nonprofit, Teach a Man to Fish, which is totally geared towards ushering young men and women into the trades, men and women who may not want to pursue the college route or may not have the resources to be able to do that, but to understand that you can still make a living, make a good living. And Teach a Man to Fish is obviously just behind the whole idea that if you feed a man a fish, he will feed himself for the day. But if you teach a man to fish, then he will feed himself and his family for a lifetime. So that is the sole backing behind it, and just wanting to make sure that our youth understand that they have resources and options for sure.
Well, there we go. Thank you. I almost was away for a sec, but I am here. First of all, I love that statement about Teach a Man to Fish. This is so important. I was talking about this even last month on the network. We understanding the playing field that we're on, meaning it's a very simple one. It's called a monopoly board. This is what we're on, whether we realize it or not. That's what it is. It's very simple. So school will teach you how to essentially, give you the rules of the game.
Right.
And that's basically it. It's going to give you the rules of the game. And it'll teach you like to pass, go, collect your $200 and pay rent, right?
Right.
So guess what? Is that going to help you win the game? No. If you just pass go and you just pay rent, you're going to lose. And eventually, because everyone else who is passing go collecting rent, they're starting to build houses. They're collecting property. They're starting to not only get now houses, then they start to get businesses, what we call hotels. And guess what? As you're passing go, right, and you're collecting your $200, how far is that $200 going to now go? As you go through that ecosystem, you have to roll the dice for it, right? Right, to get around, then you start like, you know what, jail don't look bad, hang out because I got no money.
Right. Yeah, that's such a great analogy, because you're right. Things are just going to get more expensive and more competitive, and as the game goes, and so you do have to solidify your position. You know what I mean? Just in life, on the game board, and everything that you do. So, I love that. I never thought of it that way, but that's true. You're just collecting your money, and eventually you're out. That's it. That's all you have,
right? You think you're okay, but then that unfortunate comes up. You land on something. We call they say life be lifey. Well, that's exactly right. Because you're in a volatile world, whether it's going to be a health issue, it's going to be a wealth issue, it's going to be a relationship issue. It's going to put you in a situation that if you don't have resources, and I go back to what I've been taught, even going through this network, like there's really only 4 areas of wealth. I was like, wow, what are you talking about? 4 areas of wealth? It was something you work with all the time, real estate. So if you have some real estate, you have some value, right? You could have insurance. There's different insurances that can get you wealthy, depending on what that would look like. So it has value. It increases in wealth over time, right? Right. Then you have stocks and bonds, right? So you get stocks and bonds, that's going to help you to maintain wealth. And then, of course, capital, just having money in the bank. So if you don't have any money in the bank, you don't have any stocks and bonds, you have no insurance, and you don't have real estate, you're effectively bankrupt on the board of life, because eventually you will land on one of those properties and you have no way of being able to help yourself. Right. Help us understand. I want to get your story about how you got into the property management world. What is that all about?
So my mother actually worked in property management. I started doing. I was working for assisted living, a home out in Petaluma, California, and I was a receptionist. Administrative assistant. That's really kind of where I started at. And slowly but surely, I just got different positions. I was working in the HUD sector, which is the housing development sector. I became a manager at 21, and just progressively took on, more roles from management to offsite management to general manager, and then into HOA management. And through HOA management is where I really started the project management side of things and working in construction and with contractors, managing multi-million-dollar construction projects. A lot of our clients need new roofs, or they need new, exterior remodels, or just whatever the case may be. And then in the background, my husband, who we've been together 26 years. So while I'm working in property management, he was also working in the trade and as a carpenter. And so he was in the background honing his skills, doing various, it's all sorts of different construction projects through the Carpenters Union. And it was like, we got to do something, we have to do something. There's a lot of knowledge here, a lot of talent here, a lot of just wherewithal to want to step out and try. And if you don't, that's the important thing for any young entrepreneur, stepping into the field and you're uncertain and you don't know if it's going to work out. Guess what? If it doesn't work out, you take a step back, you rebuild, and then you try again. I don't believe in the word failure. I think that is a term that we tell ourselves to, you kind of live with that fear inside of us. But I think that ultimately you learn. If you try and it doesn't work out, then you take whatever experiences you can from that and you learn, and then you rebuild. So that's what we've done, just slowly, we've done things that didn't work and it was okay. And we just stepped back and came back. So, you know what I mean? That's really in a nutshell how we got started. It's just slowly, but again, this is why I feel like it's so important, within this foundation and within this nonprofit, because it doesn't have to take that long. You know what I mean? You can learn trades and learn skill sets and build on those particular trades and skill sets much sooner than the avenue that we took. So that's what we want to promote and show the youth and anyone looking to, even if it's, making side money. You have other things that you're working on and you want to develop a skill set to make side money. There's benefit there too. So that's, that's where we're focused.
Oh no, I 100% agree with you. It's quite something. And I'm gonna go back and just say, to our education system, I think, at least when I was going to school, you had opportunities to learn a trade. You did. You could you could work on lawnmowers. You can find out how engines actually work. You still got your basics, your English and your math and all that kind of thing. But yeah, you go to shop, and then shop, they would teach you real trades. You actually learned a skill. You
Yeah.
have to learn a skill. So that whole mentorship world, it's like, hey, work with me for a while. As you said earlier, it's okay to have a job. It's fine. But you should be learning the trade, learning the skill. So eventually you can hang your own shingle and then have your own business.
Well, they
And
say, use your 9 to 5 to build your 5 to 9.
yeah,
Okay. And
right.
so, yeah, I again, this isn't about, being against going out and getting a job or going to school. Education is super duper important and helping you to learn how to manage these businesses and learn how to manage your money, as a result as well. So it's really just about options and making sure our youth understand that there are options. And going back to what you were talking about with generational wealth and the wealth gap, which is a real thing. We're just not taught this in our communities to really focus on it, to look at insurance products as an option, and to secure properties, and that it's much more attainable than what people think it is. We bought our first house at 22, and it was like we were living in low income housing, and we had maxed out our income in that area, and it was like, let's try to buy a house. Oh wow, we're buying a house. You know what I mean? So just understanding that it can happen, and that it's real, and the world is changing so rapidly around us that some of these windows are closing, essentially for our community. And so yeah, I mean, like you said when we first came on, how do you find the time? We're all over the place. And but that's what happens when you're so passionate and you've got all these things that you want to focus on and do. But it's important work. It's really important work.
I want to ask you this, because now you've been an entrepreneur for a while, and let's just say you were talking to your daughter, and she asked you, "So, Mom, I know you have sons. I would just say you had a daughter."
I have daughter-in-laws.
There you go. Like, what's that one thing that you wish you knew before you went down this path of entrepreneurship?
Gosh, money management. Yeah, money management. I've been seeking to partner with financial people in the financial sector as part of this mentorship and training, because admittedly, it just wasn't something that I attached on to. And when I say that, I mean insurance products and the importance of having certain things in place for your family as part of that building of generational wealth, but also money management. Just, you know what I mean? Understanding what to put away, what to spend, when to treat yourself, when not to. All of those things are super vital. And I wish that I'd had more education in those sectors, coming up. Obviously, through the years, the lessons that you don't learn, you will be taught. So we're good now, but but I think that earlier on in business, just learning how to leverage, our money better and put things away for the future. We had 3 boys in college at the same time.
Yeah.
And so, it was like, what is happening here? But we made it work, and we did it, and we worked hard, and it worked out. But I just think that being in a better position earlier on would have definitely helped for sure.
Oh, yeah, I can raise my hand to that. I know a lot more now, but when you're really going through it, and as I look back, if I really had to say what would I would like changed for me, is I go back to our education system again. We spend, you might have maybe a semester on what managing money is really like.
Right.
Yeah, but you know what? You should be taught this from K through 12. You should know it. Bills should not be a foreign thing.
Right. Right. And taxes, tax help. It's like, why don't they teach that? I've never had to figure out a parallelogram. You know what I mean? In business, like practice is so important. So yeah, it just, yeah.
You said it, man. That was like worthless information. Like, you know what? This is what you need to know to survive in this world. You need to understand the finance world, business, how to manage resources, where it really comes down to how do you manage resources and then making those resources last. You know, that's survivability.
I think another super important thing that you know, they don't really talk about, and I don't think people in business talk about it enough too, is just learning how to effectively network and build relationships too. Important relationships. You know, I think sometimes it's not even about the service you provide, but the relationship that you build along the way. Those are super, super duper important. I tell my sons, you know, and because coming into they all played sports and football, you know, whatever. So first impressions, you know, so sometimes that's all you get, and then it's done. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think they talk about that in business enough too, is that, you know, those first impressions are important. And so when I'm, you know, mentoring youth and we're talking about how you walk into a room and how you represent yourself, that's you representing your business every time, everywhere you go. And it's not just going into rooms where, you know, you're looking to, you know, gain business relationships, but any room that any room that you walk into. How are you in class? How are you? What kind of student are you? Are you coachable, teachable, and trainable? All of these things are remembered when people are remembering you and referring you. It's like, yeah, I don't know, you know, what he's doing now because he wasn't really that coachable, you know. So these things in relationships are super, super duper important in entrepreneurship, and you know, and how you walk into a room and how you carry yourself. You know, that's kind of like how you do one thing is how you do everything. Those things are super important, and I don't think that they talk about that enough either.
Yeah, perceptions will linger, you know, when you're not in the room.
Right.
And you know, you may be a certain way when you were 15, let's just say, and you're different at 18. But if that person has not experienced you, they're still looking at you like you when you were 15, unless you present them a different experience. That experience is going to continue, right? And now we start getting into the whole of society, because I think school has certain things they're going to teach you, but that's what, you know, I know when we were younger, we went to church. And when you went to church, you learned ethics. You learned certain things of how to talk to certain people, respect that's given. But then
they've taken all of that completely out of schools, right?
And you lose, you lose a lot.
You do.
And so if I were raising children right now, my children are grown now, but I was, you know what? I start to see what the education is. I've now got to educate my kids. I really do. Not to say I got to completely homeschool them, but I was like, no, I've got to sit them down and say, and my mom used to do this, and I don't think I really right. So we would sit down and play Monopoly like 2-3 times a week. We loved it. Not realizing this is real life.
Life, yeah.
For sure. All of that, I'm like, hey, you really need to know this and own this game as you go forward. And because it does get harder when you finally graduate, your school is out, as they say, school is out. You know, you start paying your own bills, and you start to understand those other things that happen along life's way. You get the flat tire, you lose the job, stuff happens, and you're like, wow. So if you don't know how to manage these things, and I like what you do, you have that mentorship program. So when it comes down to teaching you how to fish, I can't just give you fish, because you ain't gonna live long. You're not. You're just not. If I keep giving you things, you don't know what it takes to gain these things, and then you won't protect those things, because you start to realize how easily they can be gone.
Right. Well, and I think, you know, when COVID came, and you know, fortunately for us, our both sides of our business were pretty self-sustainable. And I don't know if people were just sitting at home looking at these projects and we're like, well, now's as good a time as any. And so we worked pretty steadily through COVID. But even on the property management side, because I do HOA management, and those, you know, those clients, the beat kind of goes on with them too. So, but it was an important lesson, I think, for anyone, that if you didn't have a way to make money that wasn't contingent on this job and your ability to go into this office, and because COVID really effectively shut everything down for a lot of people, and a lot of people found themselves massively struggling. And I just kind of go back to, gosh, I'm grateful that we foresaw this, and I hope that the takeaway for people is that there's got to be something, there's got to be some sort of urn and a fire, so that I am not completely dependent upon other people for employment, or to feed my family, or to provide for ourselves. But and then, just the whole putting all of your eggs in one basket too. An employer can wake up tomorrow and say, you know what, I'm gonna downsize, or I don't, I'm gonna save some money for my company. I don't need this employee anymore. Or you can get ill, and something can happen, with you and your employer. Just, they're gonna replace you. And so all of these things tie into each other. Having some sort of, game plan in the background is important. It's effective in Monopoly.
Yeah. Talking about, now you're in the housing world. I want to ask this question because a lot of people experience this. You said HOAs, property management. You're managing a group of, real estate. And you see the problems that come up, and most of them are most likely, financial. Yeah, you might have been able to afford things, but now things have changed, and now you find yourself in a different situation. How do you manage through all of that?
Gosh, it's difficult for me in that regard, because there's so many legalities behind what we do, and when people find themselves in those situations. And so I try to be as educational as possible, while also being non-objective, just because legally everything has to be enforced the same way. But it's been very difficult. I've seen people lose their homes. To HOA dues. I've seen people lose their homes, to foreclosure. I've seen it pretty widespread. But I've also seen people rally behind each other, and I've seen people educate themselves and armor up through that education. So I've seen some really beautiful things too. And I think, that's the important piece too, is that there are always options. But you do have to be proactive. You have to understand what's coming. You have to understand the position that you are in. You have to not be in denial about that, so that you can be proactive in helping to save yourself. And as much education as I can give people on how to avoid these certain things, like, hey, if you had to just, I know times are hard, but if you just paid this $400 HOA bill, this goes, this part of it goes away for you right now. And sometimes, tragically, it's that simple. And so, it's difficult. It's difficult because I've seen some difficult things, and I've seen some really, really great people in difficult positions. But I think education, and just making sure that, you are not caught off guard. At this point in life, if you own property, if you have children and you have a family, you should not be caught off guard. There are things that you need to put in place for your family, and that you need to educate yourself on. You need life insurance, and you need to make sure that you have just insurance, period. I've seen a lot of homeowners lose their home because a fire happened, or and they didn't have insurance. Like, why don't you have insurance? You have to have, so very, very small things, and education, I think, is just extremely vital, and having certain things in place to make sure you're protected.
I want to ask you this, because someone brought this to my attention about an HOA, and I want to see if this is true or false. And and I'm sure every place is
a lot of misconceptions, but a lot of truths out there too. So
they said there was an HOA, there was a fine levied against a homeowner, and there was a fine. There was monies that had to be paid, the homeowner act like it didn't matter to them, so they didn't pay it. The HOA then eventually took them to court, and they actually foreclosed on their house.
Yeah.
Is that real?
Well, yes and no. So the laws in California, I mean, I'm in California, so
I'm in Florida, so
yeah. So things have changed drastically out here in California. That used to be the case. You could levy a fine against someone's house. You could then lien that fine and then use that lien to foreclose for sure. In California, though, if it's a fine and not an actual assessment, budgeted assessment, you can't foreclose. You can't lien against those fines anymore. You can sue someone in small claims court, or depending on how large, you can take a homeowner to superior court, and HOA could absolutely do that. In Florida, though, and those neighboring states, you are still able to lien against a fine and foreclose on someone's home. So I tell people all the time, this education part. Do not ignore the letters you get from your HOA. Even if you are wanting to fight it, attend a hearing, whatever it is, there are ways for homeowners to protect themselves against unfair practices in HOAs for sure. But ignoring it is not an option. It's not an option. It's like I said, I've seen some horrible things happen to homeowners just for that alone. Just, well, I didn't think it was that big of a deal, or I saw that you put the lien, but I wasn't really worried about it. When COVID happened when the recession happened, I should say, long before COVID, HOAs were in a really tough position because there was no equity in these homes. So we didn't want to foreclose because there was nothing to pull, nothing to pull from.
Nothing to get, right?
And all of your HOA liens are junior to the bank loans. And so, but now we're entering a different sector, and that's why you're starting to see a lot of this beginning to happen again, is that there's equity in the homes now, and HOAs, they have access to all that information. So you don't want to get caught with, we just heard of a woman in the news. I think they foreclosed on her home for someone bought it for $49,000, turned around and sold it for $850,000. And I want to say she was over there on the East Coast somewhere. That is insane. That's insane. This is your generational wealth, your family property, and your hard-earned money just down the drain. And the bill, I think the original HOA bill was $1,200. Don't ignore it. Don't ignore it.
Don't ignore it. I want everybody to understand that this is not a game.
It's not.
They do play to win. I mean, going back to my Monopoly analogy, what is the purpose of the game? The game is to bankrupt other people and get all the money and win the game. I mean, you don't like to always say that that's what it is, but it can get like that when people have legal means to do, and you're not protecting yourself, or you're not being educated on that. Going back to what we said earlier, hey, I wish when I was younger I did. You have to know these things. Yeah. I would say this, as people are listening, don't say, oh, they didn't know. It is your responsibility as a person to know the rules of the game that you're playing, and to teach it to others.
And also just to surround yourself with people who know. It's okay if you don't know. So surround yourself with people who do. You know what I mean? Like I was saying earlier, like the financial sector, like that's not my, I've got friends who this is what they do, and it's like, okay, I don't understand the difference between this life insurance policy and that one, and how to really maximize my earnings through these policies. And so you find people who do, and you make those connections, which is only just going to strengthen your business and what you're doing, and their business as well. This is a give and take about support, all of us here in business. And so
you're my friend now. Like, if real estate, HOA, guess who I'm calling? Like, hey, Eric. Great point. Like, you need to know about law. You don't know about law. Like, find a friend, a lawyer. Somebody they'll talk to them before you have to talk to them. Put it like that. Right. So you understand banking, you don't understand banking, right? It's always good to talk to someone else. I don't understand all stocks and bonds. This stuff is actually, I think, complicated on purpose.
Right.
So you need to talk to somebody that kind of at least understands it better than you do.
Right.
And then you're like, all right, what should I do? Especially, you see this a lot. Somebody gets a large lump of money, normally higher than they normally get, right? And I saw this happen. I don't want to get on a soapbox about it, but I saw it happen with people getting PPP loans. And let's say they got a $25,000. Boom, you don't have to pay it back because of what was going on. Why didn't you invest that money instead of going out and buying some car that probably now is not worth nothing?
Right.
You could have took that money, bought you some stock, bond, or real estate, something that appreciated. So now that 25,000 is now 50 to 100,000.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. And people who understood, that's what they did. People who understood it at that time, that's what they did. So yeah, information, man. Knowledge is touche, I guess, to say that knowledge is key. You know, that's the popular saying, but it is. And like I said, when you reach a certain time in your business and in your entrepreneurship journey, where not having that knowledge, there's just no excuse for it. We have to be good stewards, not just in business, but in our business. You know what I mean? And the only way to really do that is to make sure that you're educated. You know, what are your risks? You know, what are you sacrificing if this all changed tomorrow? You know, what are you having to give up? What are you able to hold on to? You should know that. You should know that at all times.
And now you've got tools like ChatGPT. You can have AI that can get you that question, you know, pretty easily. But at least you have enough to ask someone intelligent questions, someone else, so you can get the knowledge. Because knowledge is no excuse. What do they say in court? Ignorance of the law.
It's so funny that you say that. I was the person who didn't want to give up my BlackBerry. You know what I mean? Like everybody had switched over to smartphones, and I still have my BlackBerry. And you could not tell me that I needed a smartphone. And I feel the same way until recently about AI. Like, what is this? We don't need AI. This is just more that we have to learn. And you know, I'm a little older, so it's just like, but my son set me down. He's like, Mom, I need to show you this. This can really streamline the way that you guys, you know, give bids and proposals. And, you know, you can tell ChatGPT you want this, and they're going to give you the whole layout. And amazed.
Yes.
Shocked. Just like, okay, I have to learn this, you know what I mean? And that's what I mean about just that continuing education. You know, sometimes it is hard. It is hard when you reach certain areas in your business and in your life where just learning new things is just not what we want to gravitate towards, but it's only going to help you, you know, to do better, to scale your business. It's, you know, it's amazing. There's some amazing tools out there. So yeah, it's funny that you bring up AI, because I am in the throes of that right now. And
we all are.
These tools and figuring out how I can really leverage them for the growth of our businesses. So
100%. And I'm glad you said that, because you can't sleep on these things. Time waits for no one, and times change. You can't hold, like, you know, you might have had a great life in 1985. It's 2025. It's a different world. You can go out there and, you know, jam to some Prince and some Michael Jackson, but guess what? It's just not that relevant any longer. Sure. You know, it's a different world. Before we let you go, you got to tell us how to get in contact with you, your website, that type of thing. What's the best way?
So you can find me at www.gc-mgmt.com. Email info@grayerconstruction.com. And my phone, 1-844-4-GRAYER. That's where we are.
Well, Ted, thank you so much. I know you're in the West Coast, it's a little earlier in the day for you. I want to appreciate you joining us on the Black Business Network. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you for having me, Grant.
You're welcome. That's wonderful, wonderful, wonderful information. I want to let everyone know that the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. And as I stated, we are giving $500 directly from 5-Star BDM. I'm looking for people to match those funds. So whether you are an audience, you are a speaker, even if you may be a student that you want to participate in that manner, you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use the Cash App that is on the screen below. That is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students, you can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So please donate to the scholarship fund and help students achieve their dreams. Special thanks to our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for March 2025. And they include NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supply Development Council, Staff Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I will see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things, and then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style. And it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, you know, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, you know, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Infection control and nursing for over 30 years. It is truly my passion. I love being able to see people who are in need go into a facility and get quality care, have quality outcomes, and don't leave with anything they didn't come in with. Infection control experts is really about having the ability to partner with facilities, partner with organizations who may not have the resources to be able to make sure their residents or patients, depending on the setting, get the best care that they have. What we're finding a lot of times is a lot of people are wearing many different hats. And staffing is hard right now. And COVID did a whopper on all of healthcare, and everyone is hurting. So I come in, and our organization, we're here to be that support system for them, to provide that extra pair of hands, the innovation that they need for efficiencies, things that are going to make the difference in what happens. And we don't come in when the surveyors come in. What differentiates us is we're their partner. So when you get us, but we're helping you proactively monitor, proactively engage, proactively look at real-time information so that we can make the difference ahead of time.
Grant McGaw, CEO of 5 Star BDM, is turning heads in the healthcare and information technology sectors with his groundbreaking approach to personal branding and business development. By challenging conventional strategies, he's setting a new standard for how executives present themselves and their businesses to the world. McGaw's expertise isn't just about standing out. It's about strategic guidance, generating leads, and building networks that propel executives beyond their competition. His focus on authenticity allows leaders to leverage their unique stories, driving exponential growth and success in their industries. Beyond branding, McGaw is a fervent advocate for diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace. He's committed to helping organizations cultivate environments where innovation and collaboration thrive through inclusive cultures. And for those eager to dive deeper, McGaw hosts the Follow the Brand podcast. Here, he unpacks the intricacies of personal branding and business growth, offering valuable insights for professionals eager to redefine their identities and share their narratives with the world.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
This is 2025. We're a $30 trillion economy, yet our indigenous population lives in third world poverty. This stark reality sets the stage for a story of transformation. Monique Allen highlights the broken promises. For every treaty established with Native Americans, we know it's been broken. Tribes face dire conditions, lacking clean water and battling addictions. Monique shares, They told me I wouldn't make it past 12. Here I am at 53. God said otherwise. Monique's determination is unwavering. I built my own table because nobody was going to give me a seat. Her innovative approach allows for modular clinics to be set up in just days, not years. We don't want to colonize your data. We want to partner with you. This is about healing that can take place. I was sent here to be a generational blessing. Her story is one of resilience and empowerment, bridging gaps in healthcare access. Follow the Brand presents Building Healthcare Bridges with Monique Allen. It's a story of innovation, healing, and hope. Monique reminds us, if you don't have health, you don't have wealth.
My name is Monique Allen. I am the CEO and founder of a company called Ma'at Enterprises. We are a woman-owned, tribally owned business that specializes on making our mission to improve the lives of Native Americans. And we are currently staffing Indian hospitals across the nation.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hey, good day, good day, good day. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the Follow Brand podcast and TV series. And I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. I want to be just very transparent. We put this out today that I would, the company 5-Star BDM would put in $500 as part of this scholarship. And we ask that the audience participate, and we have had numerous people participate. I really, really appreciate everyone. Every dollar counts. This is so important. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And it is my honor to welcome Monique Allen, the trailblazing CEO and founder of Ma'at Enterprises Incorporated. This is a 100% Native American-owned healthcare staffing agency focused on supporting Indian hospitals and advancing healthcare technology in tribal communities. With over 20 years of experience in information technology, Monique has led major initiatives with private and federal healthcare agencies, including the implementation of health information exchange programs and the management of federal budgets and acquisitions. Her commitment extends far beyond the boardroom. As a founding member of the La Bella Vita Incorporated Foundation and the Right Community Organization, Monique works tirelessly to ensure underserved communities have access to essential health screenings and services while also championing STEM education for youth. So I want to thank everyone as we bring Monique to the stage. How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Man, it seemed like it was just last week that we spoke together on my platform. And here we are on a world platform to talk about your story. How do you feel?
I feel amazing. First, I want to say thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share my journey. I think what you're doing in our in the minority-owned communities is amazing. It's a fantastic opportunity to not only share behind the scenes look. We only see what's, basically put out on social media or just the wins, but nobody actually sees the hard work and the journey behind how you're building something. So I truly appreciate you, Grant, and thank you again for always being, a facilitator and sharing these stories.
Oh no, thank you. When I got introduced to you through a mutual friends, I should say, and colleague, and the fact they said, "Oh, she wants to talk about, Native American healthcare." I said, this is something a lot of people don't know about myself. That my ex-wife is Native American. She's from the Santee Sioux tribe of Nebraska. This is a reservation, very small reservation in the very tip where Nebraska, Iowa, and Minnesota meet. And we raised 3 kids together that are tribally enrolled. So when I say Native Americans are my family, I mean Native Americans. They are my family. So when I had a chance to talk to you, you told me more about your story and the things that you had to go through, even being, when you were younger, and how you survived and then got a hold of your own heritage and your own roots. And this is something you feel very deeply about. I said, man, you got to share this story. So first, let's just start with that. Let's give us a little background on yourself, and then we'll get into more of what Mahat Enterprises means for you.
So just a little bit of background, like you said, this has not been a linear story. This has been something that, essentially started back when I was a child. The last time we spoke, I talked about how I had spent the bulk of my childhood in the hospital. And so in battling a kidney disease that they really couldn't figure out what I had for like the first couple of years. So they essentially had told my mom, that basically putting my death on a calendar and telling her to prepare for me not to be here past the age of 12. And here I am, 53, and God willing, this upcoming June, I'll be 54, right? So I beat all those odds. In my journey to not only battle the health issues, I went to college. And while I was in school, we had always had these conversations about just our background. And I always thought it was my father's side of the family who was Native, because those were just the stories that were, handed down. But my mom was actually born in, she wasn't raised on the tribal reservation, but she was born in a town called Muskogee, Oklahoma, which is right in the heart of Cherokee country. And it was, this amazing story of when we found her biological father. That's when we discovered that my mom was part of 2 tribes, and she was part of Cherokee and Choctaw. We have our family citizenship through Cherokee. And so one of the things is that you can only, pretty much they make you select which tribe you want to be a part of. And so with that in mind, circling back to the story of spending my childhood in a hospital, I wanted to be a doctor initially, and I laughingly told this story before. It's just like I nearly blew up the lab, at UC Davis, and decided, oh, no, we're not going to be a pediatrician. We need to go into just healthcare administration. So my goal had always been to get a full ride in medical school and go give back by working on the tribal reservations. So I already had planted the seed, right? And to look at how it's manifested now in my adult years, I still shake my head at how this has all evolved. Because when I think about this journey and how, it's like, okay, I wanted to give back by becoming a doctor. That part didn't work out. I go into administration, start doing, things with government agencies, private hospitals like Stanford, going into the tech world. I started evolving into this healthcare tech girl. And as I started, that journey, it kind of took me into a different direction than what I initially started with, but I still was able to give back through the nonprofits that I set up. And now we're here full circle with me being the CEO of my own company and being able to staff the very Indian hospitals that I wanted to serve at as a doctor. So when you look at the awesomeness of how you can just manifest something and you don't know how it's going to come about, we always think things are kind of linear. We get these vision boards. I have one sitting right behind me. It's like I've got this big vision board of what I wanted to do, but essentially I've kind of pivoted from that, and I now think of decision boards. What decisions are you going to make that are going to lead you to the vision? So I've had to do a paradigm shift in how I view a lot of things, and as a business owner and a business builder that's trying to scale things to the next level.
This is so important. Great background story. Thank you for sharing that. A lot of people don't realize what the Native American experience has been, and the very real connection between Native Americans and African Americans through hundreds of years, basically, and maybe even longer. Who knows? But the fact that we are here now, and I love that you base your company on a word called ma'at. I want to first tell people, what does that mean, and then why you chose that to be your company name, and then let's get into your work.
Okay, so the name Ma'at is very special to me. When I was looking for a company name, it's very easy to name your business after yourself, right? And a lot of people automatically think that because the initials MA are part of the name, they think it's like Matt Enterprises or Monique Allen is somehow tied up into that. I wanted to remove myself and really make this based on how do I want to lead my life. So Ma'at, the word Ma'at, the Egyptian goddess Ma'at, it's based on these Kemetic principles, right? So there's 42 principles out there that I hold near and dear to my heart. Do I always live by them? Absolutely not. We are all a work in progress, right? As human beings. But it gives me the foundation for how I want to be treated, how I want to treat people, and basically how I want my company to operate in this realm. So we talk about how, you scale to a certain point and you start making so much money that you become detached from your humanity. And Ma'at is a reminder to me about what this humanity is all about. Why are you here? What's your purpose? It's that MVP, your mission, value, purpose, right? If I'm going to really be a MVP, then I have to keep people around me and principles around me that are going to keep me grounded. And the amazing thing about that is, because this is, like a family-owned business, my mom is our matriarch. I'm a mama's girl. I will tell you that in a heartbeat. A lot of how I live, and when I need my crown adjusted as a woman, that my mother is who I go to. And I can jokingly say, I'm a bit hard-headed, independent, don't listen to a lot of naysayers, but when my mother speaks, I listen, because at the end of the day, I wouldn't be here without her, right? But she also relied on her intuition and keeping me alive past the date that they gave her that I wasn't supposed to be here. So my heartfelt respect and everything that I do ties back to some of the principles that she raised me on. And so it was very important to me to find a business name that resonated with me. And when I started reading just about, what that was all about, the whole lifestyle, I was like, this is it. I established the business name, set everything up, didn't know initially which path I wanted to take. I knew it was going to be healthcare. I knew it was going to be something around that realm. But as the seeds started to get planted, here we are, and we're scaling and serving people at hospitals across the nation with IHS. So I'm very excited about that. I'm very excited about where we can take this, and not just providing staffing, but just in other areas as well.
This is important. I don't think you mentioned a term IHS,
Yes.
Indian Health Services. We got to take just a little bit of to talk about what the reservation life is like. Even how they got there. I know we talked about it on my podcast, and a lot of people just don't understand that Native American populations were forced onto these reservations, and then through different treaties, they made agreements with the American government. These are government things. So when you hear about, oh, well, they get handouts, this is not a handout.
No.
These are what's owed to the tribes as a part of the agreement, which we call a treaty, that they have to maintain services on these reservations. And a lot of people know that a lot of those treaties were breached. Either they weren't even adhered to, and a lot of other things. Pretty bad. However, the fact of the matter is there's still about 1 million or so people that live on these reservations, and they are owed health services. But some of these, the conditions there are not the greatest. Talk to us about what you provide for Indian Health Services.
So one of the main services that we provide is staffing. So our goal is to be one of the most responsive Indian enterprises out there that is serving the hospitals. Right now, when you think about the staffing situation, just in hospitals in general, let's take out the cultural aspects of it. Let's remove that just for a second, right? We are already experiencing a staffing shortage when it comes to nurses, when it comes to doctors, just in general. We saw how the pandemic kind of stressed our resources to that point. So then when you come back to the table and add in the aspect of IHS and the tribes themselves, where they are trying to provide resources and staffing, we're suffering. There's a lack, there's a shortage. There's always a shortage, when you look at what's going on in Native country. So there's two situations that are happening right now. The tribes are going back and taking control over their healthcare, trying to, bring it back to the reservation, right? And then you have IHS, who has the government funding, and they're providing medical services to the tribes as well. So what's happening is those shortages are kind of colliding and impacting one another because everybody's competing for the same resources. So it's really about, do you have a heart to serve Native country? So when we're vetting candidates for a Ma'at, one of the things that I talk about, because their final interview is with me as a CEO, one of the things that I talk about is cultural awareness. And there is a backlash right now on anything that has to do with diversity, anything that has to do with minority. We understand, the concerns, and they're misapplying the term DEIA. But what we're trying to get people to understand is when you're coming into an IHS facility, what you have to be mindful of is these are indigenous tribes that are coming and being served. There's already a mistrust from the initial situation with the Trail of Tears. You're handing out blankets that are diseased. So now you want our indigenous population to trust the federal government to provide them with their healthcare needs after they've been, misled in the past, and every treaty has been broken. So one of the things that I try to be sure that Ma'at is doing is that they trust people that we're bringing to the table. And I warn all of my candidates, we are a company that hires people who have a passion to serve Indian country, not just tribal members. One of the things that I always try to communicate with our staff before they go out there, please remember that this is a culturally sensitive population that is still trying to recover from areas that have been decimated by things from the past. And we talked about this before. There are some rich tribes in the Midwest. There are tribes that are providing some of their members with, over $80,000 per month in compensation. There are tribes like Cherokee where a lot of our revenue is provided in the form of benefits and services. And then there are tribes that, are barely surviving. They don't have clean water. They don't have broadband. We talked about how the Department of Commerce has tried to set up the multi-million-dollar, grant program to put basic infrastructure in place. So when you have those two things colliding, and we look in terms of what are the priorities. For me, if you don't have your health, you don't have wealth. So health is wealth, right? If you don't have your health, then pretty much 50% you're battling trying to get yourself to feel better. Then you talk about housing. Then you talk about resources. On the previous conversation with Erica, you were talking about the Monopoly game. And I love that analogy, because really it does not matter if you're Native or not. We are all on that board. All of us are on that board. So we still have to figure out how are we going to overcome and leverage some of those resources.
You said that so right. That's just the game that we play. And it's unfortunate because culturally that is not what we call modern day capitalism is not something that tribal communities that just not their way of life, right? They're not just saying they're in tune with natural resources and nature of itself. They live this lifestyle, but when that's gone, you can no longer live that way because of what has happened over time. You're forced to play this game. And the problem is that when you say, okay, you have to play this game, but then you still, I want to pass go and collect my $200. Then you tell them, well, you can't play with us. You're like, what do you mean? You took my game away. Exactly. And then you tell me I got to play with you. And then now you're saying, well, now you can't play. That makes you a little bit nuts. And so then you have these health conditions, not only from a physical standpoint, but from a mental standpoint. And I love how you said earlier, still healing from this condition over time. And it is not something that just takes place overnight. Some tribes, they found ways to make money. I live down here in Florida. You have the Seminole tribe of Florida. They're pretty affluent because people love to gamble, and because they gamble, they're able to make money. But they're not just gambling that money; they're actually investing in hotels and restaurants and building and trying to come back as a people, but also maintain their own cultural identity. This is who I am. I'm okay being who I am. I hope you're okay being who you are. You're okay that I can still practice my cultural sensitivities, which is so important. I like how you were talking about that you understand this conversation, that when you talk to tribal elders and they know that what you can bring to the table, and then you're explaining to them, and is what I have always said, instead of telling them what they need, ask them what they need.
Yes.
What do you feel that you need? And then they have ownership in it, and then I'm like, okay, this is what we're looking for. And then if you can produce those things and they see that it is happened, you didn't just say it, there was no bait and switch, of anything. If you telling me you're bringing in broadband and we're going to do this for you, and I can turn around and I see that, yes, we have internet access now, that's great. You tell me that you're going to bring in, you're going to help me with more clinical clinics themselves, and I turn around and I see their actual clinics there, this is great. So then when you start asking me for my flesh and my blood, meaning my DNA, so you can do research on that, you remember, you can't just go in like that, because that's kind of sometimes that's what people are doing. Genomic research thing, they're like, hey, whoa, hold up, let's back up. And for the audience to understand, I want you to know this, that the Mayo Clinic, multi-billion-dollar healthcare institution, they got their start from actual Native Americans that Abraham Lincoln actually sentenced to death in Minnesota, 38 of them. Part of them were part of my ex-wife's family, matter of fact. And those bodies, after they were hanged, were then used for medical experiments. This is a fact. So you can't just come to them like, whoa, and we said on my show, at least apologize, and more than just lip talk, because that's not a good thing, to do that to people. That shows that you have absolutely no respect for them as a culture, as a human being. It's pretty low, is what I would say. But then not to recognize it and acknowledge it even hundreds of years later is even lower, if you ask me. So I respect what you're doing, where you're looking, what? Let us as Native people try to help Native people. And I know I'm not maybe tribally connected to you, but we have an understanding, and I will go to bat for you. That's what I liked about what we talked about in your world. Say, hey, I'm Monique Allen. This is who I am. This is what I'm willing to do. Just talk to us more about some of the services that you want to bring in the future you'd like to see in Native world.
Absolutely. And thank you again. I can't say thank you enough. And to your point about, some of the things that were done to some of the tribes, apologies without change behavior. Well, we know where that ends up, right? One of the things that's so important to me is, what can we change in a good way that makes a positive impact with the tribes? Because there's a lack of distrust, some of the technologies that I'm interested in bringing to the table, we have to really garner that trust and say, hey, we want to find out we want to fill in the gap, right? But you tell us what you need, and then let's see what we have in our solution sets that can help. So some of the things that I'm looking at and the alliances that I have formed have been amazing. The first one I want to talk about is Hospitals Without Borders. I recently just came back from HIMSS, so excited about showcasing my company for the first time. I've always attended that particular conference as a government employee in the past, and to now be behind the scenes exhibiting and showing, Ma'at services and capabilities, that was a huge win for us. I invited Hospitals Without Borders to exhibit with us because we have a partnership and an alliance where they can stand up modular clinics in a matter of days. So think in terms of the hospitals and the medical centers that are being built out there that take years. You need a whole construction team, like Grayer Construction. You want to call that team out to help you build it. But the time and the manpower and all of that it takes, these tribes are waiting for years to get these hospitals built. Whereas Hospitals Without Borders, they can literally stand up a modular clinic in a matter of days, built to whatever specific requirements, if I can get it out, that the tribe may need. So instead of waiting years for us to build out these centers, we can start putting boots on the ground and providing services immediately. The other thing that we're doing is genetic testing with Frenetic. And when you start talking about some of the issues and the illnesses and diseases that are impacted by a lot of Native Americans, we have the ability to predict and do genomic testing just to figure out how can we basically solve some of these problems before they become an issue into adulthood. I think I talked about this last time where I said it would have been nice if I could have had, some testing done as an infant. So when they were 8 months old trying to figure out what was happening with me, it would have been an amazing opportunity to be able to do some genetic testing and figure out, oh, okay, so she has nephrotic syndrome, which is a kidney disease, and this can impact other members in the family. So as to, get that under control, we know how to treat it going forward. And we know from the standpoint of how do we fix these things in these different communities, we now have this testing available. But you've got tribes that are looking at me like, I don't know if we want to do that, because what are you going to do with
are with that DNA after you've gathered it? How are you going to preserve it? Are you going to be selling our data? You know, there's a big conversation right now, and that was being hosted at HIMSS, where they talked about colonizing data. That's exactly what they called it. They don't want you coming to the table, offering these resources, and then taking their power and control away over their own medical situation. So when people talk about, what is Ma'at doing? What are you bringing to the table to help the tribes? Some of the things that we're looking at is remote patient monitoring. You know, I'm trying to figure out, how can we help with alcoholism and the drug addiction and the abuse and things that goes on within the reservations. So if we want to get some mental health treatment out there, one of the resources that's available is basically a remote way to treat mental health diseases using avatars in the virtual world. So these are things that we have to figure out and be very strategic, but strategic in a way that they can trust us to do good by them with their healthcare. So I want to bring this stuff, you know, to IHS. I want to bring this to the tribes, you know, as they're taking back control over their healthcare. But I also want to make sure that they know, hey, any company that we have an alliance with, I vetted them, I trust them. You know, we need to have some, I guess, a modern day treaty in place saying, you know, they are not going to colonize your data. You are the true owners. Tell us what you need. Let's fill in the gap with a pilot. If the pilot goes well, then we roll it out to see how it can effectively change the behaviors and the things that are going on the reservations.
This is so important. And taking ownership, accountability, and ultimately you want a more positive outcome.
Yes.
You know,
Yes. And then go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's it. We want to continue your conversation. We got, you know, some minutes here. I want to know what you need. What is your need? What can we do as a community to help you in your mission?
I have several talking points in that area. What I'm looking for are amazing partnerships to provide the best of the best when it comes to candidates. That's first, because staffing is, you know, basically our top business right now, right? There's a shortage in the community for healthcare resources. Some of the things that I'm looking for are opportunities to partner with like nursing schools that we can maybe pipeline new grads straight into IHS under a pilot program that would allow them to go back and serve their communities. And even if they don't, you know, have a long-term career there, at least they're starting and committing to at least 2 years of working, you know, with the agencies. That's something that I'm looking to put in place with IHS just in general. The second thing is trying to create like a pool of applicants that we can pull from immediately to get those services filled out there. Like our fill rate, you know, when you're talking about a remote town in Montana, you look at like Fort Peck, you look at some of these towns that a lot of people don't really want to work during the winter, but it's like, oh, call me in the summer when it's a little bit warmer and the roads are clear. So we're trying to figure out ways that we can not only staff up in these rural and remote areas, but also with very good candidates. The second thing that I'm looking for is opportunities to not only just work with IHS, we are in talks with other countries outside of the United States to form an alliance to bring Hospitals Without Borders and Frenetic. And so I'm looking for people who want to walk into the room and not just talk about it, but actually get it done. Like if there's some opportunities that we can talk with other government agencies internationally, I would love to have those conversations, because we don't want to just limit ourselves to what's going on in the United States. Everybody, you know, I would say unilaterally, we all have a need when it comes to healthcare. Thirdly, I would look at it from the standpoint of the nonprofit that we have. I started the Right Community as a nod to my mom, going back to that mama's girl comment that I made. I named it after her maiden name, but it was a play on words. We want to be the right community that you come to for not only resources, financial literacy, healthcare. What is it that we can do in the education space? How can we improve the communities that we're serving by not just staffing them with the healthcare needs, but also from a nonprofit angle? What can we do to bridge that gap when your resources are not being met? How can we go out there and provide the training that they need? We're not having these conversations in the community about launching a business, and whether it's on our African American side or on the Native side, we're just now starting to embrace the idea of, hey, we can bet on ourselves. And even, like Erica said in her discussion, she doesn't believe in the word failure. At least you're trying. At least we're trying to get out there and make a difference. If it's not working, then we have to pivot and figure out what will work. And I think that as I continue to build my aunt, I'm looking for really great relationships where we can walk into the door with our past performance. And if there's a need with a government agency that we can fill, we want to be that company, that enterprise that you come to. They had to put in place that law, the Buy Indian Act, just like they did it for the SDVOB program, the set aside program for veteran-owned businesses. Well, it's a very similar program with the Indian Economic Enterprise and then Buy Indian Act. The goal was to encourage Native Americans like myself and like your family to go into business and start providing services to the Department of Interior, Bureau of Indian Education, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and IHS. So I want to continue to be not only a first responder to them, but any other agency that may need our help, that we can help them see, okay, this is what's going on in these communities over here. This is how it impacts whether there's a fire, there's a flood, there's an earthquake. We want to be that team that you come to provide those services. So those are some of the things that I'm looking for. And I just want those healthy alliances that I can bring to the table that are trusted. Like I want people to say, well, if Monique is working with you, then you're a good egg. Because at the end of the day, any business that I bring on and I haven't vetted them, they look at me and they're like, you this person to the table. So I want to make sure that we're not just forming alliances with just any and everybody, but that we're forming healthy alliances where it's not just a money grab from the community, but that we're really making a difference. And they're saying, okay, we know like not every candidate may work out, but at least we know that they're vetting, that they're trying to bring good people to the table who really want to make a difference.
Well, I tell you, we've only got a minute left. You got to tell us how to get in contact with you, because you gave us our marching orders. And I'm sure there's people that are listening like, yes, okay, now I know what she needs. Let's see what I can provide. So how do they get in contact with you?
Absolutely. We have a website. It's maat-enterprises.com. You can also email us at info@maat-enterprises.com. And, we're always looking for feedback, anything that you think that could be helpful to the community. I pretty much do try to read every email. I have an amazing C-suite that supports me. Those ladies are doing an amazing job. And so if you can't get directly to me, I know my team will make sure that I get any kind of communications that they think could be of value and benefit for Ma'at in the community.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for being with us this morning. Monique, this has been wonderful. I look forward to working with you again in the near future.
Same here. Thank you for everything that you do.
Oh, you're welcome. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. All right, that was wonderful. We've got 1 minute here. I want to remind everyone that this is a fundraiser, right? And the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. My $500 is on its way right now. I want to see if your $500 is on its way right now. This fundraiser is for students. You can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. Use that Cash App, that's $BBXUSA. We're going to provide these laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students, you can go to the same website at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember that every dollar counts. Please donate to the scholarship fund and help students achieve their dreams. And we want to thank everyone for joining me today on the Black Business Network. I'll be back here tomorrow morning from 8 a.m. to 12. And we're going to say special thanks to our sponsors for March 2025. That's NC100, Suede, Seoul, Carolina, Virginia, Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Exact Women Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.